Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Function of a Smart Answer Quill. Ancient symbols whisper their secrets through time, each carved line and angled stroke holding meanings that transform the wizarding world. Tonight, we delve into the curious realm of magical writing implements, where a particularly controversial creation has both tempted and troubled generations of young witches and wizards, the Smart Answer Quill. Imagine holding in your fingers a seemingly ordinary quill, perhaps adorned with a peacock feather or the elegant plumage of a phoenix. Its shaft feels warm against your skin, almost alive with an energy that pulses through the enchanted object. This is no ordinary writing instrument, for embedded within its core lies a clever enchantment, a magical shortcut to knowledge that has been the desire of struggling students since Hogwarts first opened its ancient doors. The Smart Answer Quill first appeared in wizarding society during the early 18th century, created by a brilliant but somewhat ethically flexible witch named Lucinda Tomsonical Pocus. As the story goes, Lucinda had grown frustrated with the tedious nature of examinations during her time as a student at Hogwarts. Rather than dedicating herself to proper study, she channeled her considerable magical talents into creating a solution that would write answers for her. The creation process for these quills is complex and involves several layers of enchantment. First, the quill itself must come from a bird associated with wisdom or intelligence, often an owl or raven. The shaft must be soaked in a potion brewed under a full moon, containing ingredients such as powdered jobberknoll feathers, known for their memory-enhancing properties, essence of sage, and at least 3 drops of ink from a particularly knowledgeable wizard or witch who has willingly contributed it. Once prepared, the quill undergoes a series of charms, most notably the complex cognoscentia charm, which imbues the object with a limited form of magical intelligence. This is followed by the Scriptus Automaticus spell, which enables the autonomous writing capability. The final enchantment varies depending on the subject matter the quill is intended to answer, but typically involves exposing the quill to relevant textbooks and scholarly works, while performing an adaptation of the memory extraction charm. The completed Smart Answer Quill contains what might be described as a shadow of knowledge, not true understanding, but a magical imprint of facts and information that allows it to produce correct answers when pressed to parchment. When a student holds such a quill and encounters a question, the enchantment activates, drawing upon its stored knowledge to write out an appropriate response without any actual thought from the user. Not all Smart Answer Quills are created equal, of course. Less expensive versions sold in shadier corners of Diagon Alley might contain only rudimentary knowledge, or worse, occasionally incorrect information deliberately included by the manufacturer to avoid detection by professors. Premium versions, often custom-made at great expense, can contain vast repositories of specialized knowledge and even mimic the writing style of the owner to avoid suspicion. The Ministry of Magic has long held ambivalent views on these magical tools. While not technically illegal to own, their use in educational settings is strictly prohibited, and the Department of Magical Education has classified them as academic cheating devices, alongside items such as Remember-All ink and invisible crib notes. Despite these regulations, a thriving black market exists, particularly around examination time at wizarding schools. At Hogwarts, the consequences for using a Smart Answer Quill have always been severe. In her book, Hogwarts, A History, Bathilda Bagshot recounts the tale of Hector Dagworth Granger, a promising Slytherin student from the 1850s who was expelled after being caught using an advanced smart answer quill during his potions well examination. According to Bagshot, Professor Phineas Nigellus Black, who was headmaster at the time, made an example of Dagworth Granger by snapping his wand in front of the entire school before sending him home in disgrace. Modern countermeasures against these enchanted quills have evolved significantly. Examination halls at Hogwarts are now routinely enchanted with anti-cheating spells that can detect the magical signature of smart answer quills. Additionally, before important examinations such as O-Wells and New T.S, students are issued specially charmed quills that have been verified by the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Despite these precautions, clever students occasionally find ways to smuggle enhanced versions into examinations. One particularly infamous case occurred during the 1978 Charms New T, when a Ravenclaw student named Quirinus Atkinson enchanted his smart answer quill to appear identical to the ministry-approved examination quills. His deception was only discovered when his quill accidentally activated during a practical demonstration portion of the exam, suddenly writing out, "The levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, requires precise wand movement," when he was supposed to be performing the actual spell. Beyond academic settings, smart answer quills have found legitimate applications in certain specialized fields. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Modified versions assist junior healers by providing standard diagnostic protocols and treatment recommendations for common magical ailments. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes employs similar quills preloaded with approved response procedures for their field agents, ensuring consistent application of ministry guidelines during emergencies. Perhaps most interestingly, the Department of Mysteries is rumored to have developed an experimental version of the Smart Answer Quill that attempts to answer questions about the future, though records about this project remain sealed. Unspeakables have neither confirmed nor denied these rumors, as is their custom regarding all their enigmatic work. The ethical questions surrounding Smart Answer Quills extend beyond mere academic integrity. When a student uses such a device, what are they truly sacrificing? The obvious answer is learning. By circumventing the natural process of study and comprehension, they deny themselves the fundamental knowledge their education is meant to provide. But something deeper is lost as well. The development of critical thinking, the ability to connect disparate ideas, and the satisfaction that comes from genuine accomplishment. As Albus Dumbledore once wisely noted in an address to Hogwarts students, magical shortcuts may seem tempting, but they rarely lead to the destinations most worth reaching. His words remind us that in both the Wizarding and Muggle worlds, true wisdom cannot be imparted by enchantment or transferred through magical objects. It must be earned through experience, contemplation, and sincere effort. The humble Smart Answer Quill, with its promise of effortless knowledge, ultimately teaches us a different lesson than its creators intended, that understanding gained without struggle lacks depth and meaning. As we observe the soft glow of candlelight reflecting off its enchanted plumage, we might ask ourselves, what knowledge do we truly value, and is it the answers themselves that matter, or the journey through which we discover them? As the quill settles into silence, its enchantment dormant for now, consider this: if you could know any answer without the effort of learning, what would you truly lose in that bargain? And would the knowledge gained be worth the wisdom sacrificed? Chapter 2. The Betrayal of Dumbledore's Army. Secrets cast long shadows in the corridors of Hogwarts Castle, where stone walls have witnessed countless whispered conversations and clandestine gatherings across the centuries. Among these hidden histories, perhaps none captures the spirit of both resistance and betrayal, quite like the tale of Dumbledore's Army. A student organization born of necessity, forged in defiance, and ultimately undone by treachery. As the gentle crackle of unseen embers fills the air around us, let us trace the formation of this remarkable group, following the footsteps of young witches and wizards who dared to stand against the tide of institutional control, only to find that trust, once broken, leaves wounds deeper than any curse. The origins of Dumbledore's army can be traced to the autumn of 1995, a dark period in the wizarding world when truth itself had become contentious. Lord Voldemort had returned, yet the Ministry of Magic, under the leadership of a fear-blinded Cornelius Fudge, refused to acknowledge this terrible reality. Instead, they embarked on a campaign to discredit those who spoke the truth, most notably Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter. This denial manifested most visibly at Hogwarts through the appointment of Dolores Umbridge as defense against the dark arts professor. With her saccharine voice and iron will, Umbridge systematically dismantled practical magical education, restricting students to theoretical study under the misguided belief that defensive magic was unnecessary in a world without threats. Imagine yourself sitting in her classroom, the walls adorned with ornamental plates featuring mewling kittens, as her high-pitched voice insists you put away your wand and open your textbook to yet another chapter on magical theory. The frustration building within you mirrors that which led to a fateful meeting at the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade Village. It was here, in this dingy establishment with its lingering scent of goats and stale fire whiskey, that a group of concerned students gathered at the urging of Hermione Granger. The pub's grimy windows filtered the autumn light as she proposed something unprecedented, a secret student group dedicated to learning proper defensive magic, with Harry Potter, who had faced Lord Voldemort himself, as their instructor. The moment carried tremendous weight. Each student who signed their name on Hermione's parchment was not merely joining a study group, they were declaring alignment with Dumbledore in the growing ideological conflict. The tension in the room was palpable as quills scratched against parchment, committing 28 names to what would become a roster of resistance. Finding a suitable location for such forbidden gatherings presented a significant challenge. The castle's many unused classrooms offered little security from Umbridge's increasingly watchful eye. It was Neville Longbottom who unwittingly discovered the perfect solution while pacing the 7th-floor corridor, desperately seeking a place to hide from Draco Malfoy and his cronies. 3 passes before a blank wall, and a thought firmly in mind. We need somewhere to practice, somewhere they can't find us. The Room of Requirement, a magical chamber that transforms itself according to the user's needs, revealed itself to Neville and would become the sanctuary for Dumbledore's army. Behind its concealed door lay a spacious training room, equipped with dark detectors, defensive magical texts, and cushioned surfaces for practicing stunning spells. The room itself seemed to understand and support their cause, providing exactly what they required for each session. The meetings of Dumbledore's army represented something precious in that year of ministerial interference, authentic education. Under Harry's guidance, students mastered the disarming charm, perfected shield charms, and even learned to produce Patronuses, advanced magic typically beyond OWL. More than spell work, these sessions fostered confidence, particularly in students like Neville Longbottom, whose magical abilities blossomed under supportive instruction. The camaraderie that developed within the DA transcended house boundaries. Gryffindors practiced alongside Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws, united by their desire to prepare for the darkness they sensed gathering beyond Hogwarts walls. The Enchanted Galleon communication system devised by Hermione Granger, where the serial numbers would change to reflect the date and time of the next meeting, demonstrated both the ingenuity and commitment of these young resistors. Yet within this circle of trust lurked betrayal. Marietta Edgecombe, a 6th-year Ravenclaw and friend of Cho Chang, carried divided loyalties from the beginning. Her mother worked for the Ministry in the Flu Network office and faced increasing pressure as Umbridge tightened her grip on Hogwarts. This pressure eventually proved too great for Marietta to withstand. The evening of her betrayal began like any other. Winter had given way to early spring, and students were preparing for their approaching examinations. Dobby, the house elf's desperate warning to Harry, she, unable to fully articulate that Umbridge was coming, gave the students mere minutes to flee the room of requirement. The scene that followed played out with cold efficiency. Umbridge, having been informed of the meeting location by Marietta, arrived with her Inquisitorial squad in tow. Though most DA members escaped, Harry was captured and brought to Dumbledore's office, where Marietta stood with her face buried in her robes, afraid to reveal the purple pustules that had erupted across her face, spelling sneak, Hermione's ingenious jinx on the membership parchment. The consequences of this betrayal rippled throughout Hogwarts. Dumbledore himself was forced to flee after claiming responsibility for the group bearing his name. Educational Decree No. 28 established Umbridge as headmistress. The members of Dumbledore's army faced detentions and lost privileges, with Harry suffering particularly under Umbridge's cruel punishment methods. And for Marietta Edgecombe, the cost was both immediate and lasting. The jinxed pustules resisted all attempts at removal by the school's matron, Madame Pomfrey, serving as a visible reminder of her broken trust. Even months later, she would appear in public with a thick layer of makeup attempting to conceal the marks of her betrayal. What drives someone to betray their companions? For Marietta, it appears to have been a complex blend of fear, familial loyalty, and perhaps resentment at being pressured to join in the first place. Unlike most other members who joined out of conviction, Marietta had come along primarily to please her friend Cho. Without personal investment in the cause, her resolve proved insufficient when tested. The betrayal of Dumbledore's army teaches us about the fragility of secret organizations and the varying depths of human commitment. Each member faced the same risks, but understood those risks differently. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the stakes were clear and personal. For others, like Marietta, the abstract threat of Voldemort's return seemed less immediate than the concrete threat of her mother losing employment or facing ministry persecution. Yet there is an often overlooked complexity to this betrayal. While Marietta's actions cannot be excused, they can perhaps be understood within the context of a terrified wizarding community manipulated by powerful institutions. The ministry's systemic campaign of misinformation and intimidation created the conditions where such betrayals became more likely. In this light, Marietta becomes not just a traitor, but also another victim of Fudge's refusal to accept uncomfortable truths. Dumbledore's army would eventually reform during the darkest days of Voldemort's control over Hogwarts, with Neville Longbottom leading a genuine resistance movement against the Carrow siblings' brutal regime. The lessons learned from Marietta's betrayal led to greater security measures and a more careful selection of members. Pain often serves as the most effective teacher, as the echoes of those secret meetings fade into the gentle shadows of memory. We're left to ponder the complex interplay of loyalty, fear, and courage that defines us in moments of crisis. The betrayal of Dumbledore's army stands as a reminder that resistance movements are composed of flawed individuals making difficult choices under tremendous pressure. In your own life, what would cause you to maintain solidarity with a cause when personal risk looms large? And at what point might your resolve waver? Is it fair to judge those who break under pressures we ourselves have never faced? Chapter 3. The Defection of Regulus Black. Shadows gather in the corners of ancient family homes, where portraits of stern-faced ancestors watch silently from ornate frames, and house elves shuffle through darkened corridors, maintaining traditions centuries old. In such shadows lived a young wizard whose brief life contained a remarkable journey from darkness into an unexpected light, a journey kept secret until long after his death. Tonight, we unravel the mystery of Regulus Arcturus Black, the Death Eater who defied the Dark Lord. The tale of Regulus begins, as many wizarding stories do, with the matter of blood. Born in 1961, as the second son to Orion and Walburga Black, Regulus entered a family whose lineage stretched back centuries, each generation more convinced of their superiority than the last. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, with its serpentine door fixtures and heads of house elves mounted on the wall, was not merely a home, but a monument to pure blood ideology. Picture young Regulus in this environment, a slender boy with the same dark hair and gray eyes that marked the Black family line, absorbing the beliefs that surrounded him as naturally as breathing. Unlike his rebellious older brother Sirius, who questioned and ultimately rejected the family's values, Regulus was the model son, the pride of his parents, eager to uphold the Black family motto, toujours pur, always pure. When Regulus arrived at Hogwarts in 1972, his sorting into Slytherin surprised no one. The green and silver hangings of the Slytherin common room beneath the lake became his home, where the ambient light filtered through water, cast rippling patterns across ancient stone walls. Here, Regulus thrived academically and socially, becoming a prefect and seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team. His peers described him as quiet but capable, loyal to his friends, and proud of his heritage without the cruelty that often accompanied such pride in others. Meanwhile, beyond the protective walls of Hogwarts, the First Wizarding War intensified. Lord Voldemort's power grew, and his message of wizard supremacy resonated with many pureblood families, including the Blacks. By the time Regulus was 16, the path before him seemed predetermined. He would join the ranks of the Death Eaters, serving the Dark Lord as several of his cousins and family friends already did. The precise details of Regulus's initiation into the Death Eaters remain obscured by time, but accounts suggest it occurred shortly after his 16th birthday in 1977. Imagine the ceremony, perhaps in the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, with its high ceiling and imposing chandeliers, or in some ancient stone circle under a moonless sky. The cool press of Voldemort's wand against his left forearm, the searing pain as the dark mark etched itself into his flesh, binding him to his new master's service. For many young Death Eaters, receiving the mark was a moment of triumph, the culmination of pure blood aspiration. For Regulus, we can only speculate that it represented fulfilling family expectations, becoming the son his mother could proudly display in contrast to his blood traitor brother. The dark mark upon his arm must have felt, at first, like a badge of honor, a symbol of belonging to something greater than himself. This certainty, however, would not endure. Unlike many Death Eaters who reveled in violence and cruelty, Regulus appears to have been unprepared for the reality of Voldemort's methods. The historical record, pieced together from fragments of evidence and testimony, suggests that Regulus became increasingly disturbed by the Dark Lord's casual brutality and disregard for wizarding traditions, even as he claimed to champion them. The turning point in Regulus's allegiance came through an unexpected source. Kreacher, the Black family house elf. In 1979, Voldemort requested from his followers the service of a house elf. Eager to demonstrate his family's usefulness, Regulus volunteered Kreacher, instructing him to obey the Dark Lord and then return home. What transpired next would alter Regulus's perception irreversibly. Voldemort took Kreacher to a remote seaside cave, accessible only through blood sacrifice, where a vast underground lake stretched into darkness. At the center of this lake stood a small island with a basin filled with glowing green potion, the hiding place for one of Voldemort's most precious possessions, a locket that once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. The Dark Lord forced Kreacher to drink the potion, a brew designed to inflict unbearable suffering, burning thirst accompanied by visions of one's worst memories and fears. Once the basin was empty and the locket placed inside, Voldemort refilled it and abandoned Kreacher on the island, expecting the house elf to die there, consumed by the inferi, reanimated corpses that inhabited the lake when he inevitably tried to drink from its waters. However, Voldemort had underestimated the nature of house elf magic and the specific instruction Regulus had given. When Kreacher had fulfilled the Dark Lord's commands, the magic binding him to Regulus's order to return home activated, allowing him to disapparate from the cave, despite the anti-apparition enchantments that would have trapped a wizard. Upon Kreacher's return, severely traumatized and relating his ordeal between sobs, something fundamental shifted within Regulus Black. The casual cruelty shown to a creature his family, for all their faults, had always treated as an extension of themselves, revealed to Regulus a truth about Voldemort he could no longer ignore. The Dark Lord cared nothing for the traditions and hierarchies he claimed to defend, viewing even his most devoted followers as disposable tools. More significantly, Regulus began to piece together the meaning behind Voldemort's elaborate protection of the locket. His education in ancient runes and family heritage rich in dark arts knowledge led him to a terrible conclusion. Voldemort had created a Horcrux, a vessel containing a piece of his soul, one of the darkest magical artifacts possible. For weeks after Kreacher's return, Regulus withdrew into the Black family library, its shelves heavy with forbidden texts removed from circulation centuries ago. Among moldering leather bindings and pages inscribed with runes that seemed to shift when viewed directly, he researched what he suspected. The revelation must have filled him with cold horror. Not only had the Dark Lord split his soul, an act of magical sacrilege, even to those who practiced the dark arts, but he had done so potentially multiple times, suggesting a level of magical corruption unprecedented in wizarding history. Regulus made his decision with the quiet determination that had always characterized him. If his brother Sirius was all bold declaration and fiery defiance, Regulus was subtle calculation and measured resolve. He would not seek out the Order of the Phoenix or confess to Dumbledore. His defection would be private, known only to Kreacher, yet potentially more damaging to Voldemort than any open opposition. On a cold evening in 1979, Regulus called Kreacher to his bedroom. The space still contained remnants of his school days, Slytherin banners, newspaper clippings about Voldemort that he had once collected with pride, now bearing a different significance. He instructed Kreacher to take him to the cave, making the house elf promise that whatever happened he would return home afterward, destroy the original locket, and never tell the family what had transpired. The journey to the cave carried a terrible finality. Regulus must have felt with each step. The sharp pain as he cut his hand to grant entry, the eerie silence broken only by water dripping from stalactites, the ghostly green light reflecting off the lake's still surface. Upon reaching the island, Regulus replaced the locket with a fake, inside which he placed a note to Voldemort, signing it R.A.B., a final act of defiance revealing his true allegiance. To the Dark Lord, I know I will be dead long before you raid this, but I want you to know that it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. Then came the moment Regulus had prepared for, drinking the potion himself, experiencing the same torment he had condemned Kreacher to suffer. The house elf watched in horror as his master consumed cup after cup, crying out from visions only he could see, begging for relief that could not come until the basin was empty. Burning with thirst, after consuming the potion, Regulus crawled to the edge of the island and reached for the water. The moment his fingers broke the surface, pale hands emerged, dozens, then hundreds of Inferi rising from the depths. They grasped his arms, his legs, his robes, dragging him inexorably into the black water. As the dark surface closed over Regulus Black, aged only 18, he became something rare in the wizarding world, a Death Eater who chose redemption, who recognized his mistake and sacrificed everything to begin making amends. His body would remain with the Inferi, preserved in the cold depths, his fate unknown to his family, who merely recorded his death date on the family tapestry without explanation. Kreacher returned to Grimmauld Place alone, devastated but bound by his promise. For years he attempted to destroy the Horcrux as Regulus had ordered, not understanding that such dark magic could not be undone by conventional means. The locket remained intact, eventually stolen by the petty thief Mundungus Fletcher during the cleanup of the Black family home, then reclaimed and ultimately destroyed by Regulus's brother's godson, Harry Potter. The tragedy of Regulus Black lies not only in his early death, but in the silence that surrounded his sacrifice. For 16 years, his final act of courage remained unknown, his memory tainted by the assumption that he had died a loyal Death Eater. Only when Creature finally revealed the truth to Harry Potter did Regulus receive recognition for his defiance of Voldemort. Perhaps the most poignant aspect of Regulus's story is how it contrasts with his brothers. Sirius, the rebel who rejected his family's values from the beginning, followed the expected path to righteousness. Regulus, the perfect son who embraced those same values, found his way to a similar end through a much darker and more solitary journey. Their methods differed, but both brothers ultimately stood against the darkness that threatened their world. As the ripples fade from the surface of that underground lake in our mind's eye, we're left to contemplate the quiet heroism of Regulus Black, whose journey from darkness to light reminds us that redemption often comes not in grand gestures witnessed by many, but in private moments of moral clarity, acted upon despite the certainty of personal cost. What hidden acts of courage lie beneath the surface of lives we think we understand? And how might we honor those whose redemption stories remain untold? Chapter 4. The Magic of Pensive Memories. Memories shimmer like liquid starlight, ephemeral yet eternal, both deeply personal and potentially shared. In the quiet corners of wizarding studies, and behind the enchanted doors of the Department of Mysteries, there exists one of the most profound magical inventions ever created, a basin of ancient design that allows one to not merely recall the past, but to step into it, to witness events long concluded, as though present at their unfolding. Tonight, we explore the fascinating magic of the Pensive and the memories it preserves. Imagine before you a wide, shallow stone basin, its rim carved with runes and symbols so old their meanings have been debated by scholars for centuries. The surface of the basin contains a silvery substance that is neither liquid nor gas, but something in between, a swirling, glowing material that moves with deliberate purpose, forming patterns before dissolving back into formless luminescence. This is a Pensive, perhaps the most sophisticated magical tool for the exploration of memory ever devised. The origins of the Pensive stretch back to ancient times, though the precise inventor remains unknown. Magical historians believe the first such devices appeared in Egypt around the time of the early pharaohs, created by court wizards seeking to preserve important events with perfect accuracy. These early versions were crude by modern standards, large stone pools requiring complex rituals to deposit and view memories. Over centuries, the design was refined by Greek, Roman, and eventually medieval European wizards, until it reached the compact, elegant form known today. The word Pensive itself offers insight into its function. Derived from the French penser, to think, and the English sieve, it is quite literally a tool for sifting through thoughts, separating them from the mind that created them for clearer examination. This etymology speaks to the dual purpose of the device, not merely storage, but analysis. Unlike many powerful magical artifacts, a Pensive contains no inherent enchantment of its own. Rather, it is designed to interact with memories that have been properly extracted from a wizard's mind, providing a vessel in which these memories can exist independently and be accessed at will. The basin's material, typically carved from a single piece of moonstone, basalt, or in the finest examples, enchanted crystal, serves as a magical conductor, maintaining the integrity of memories placed within. The process of extracting memories for Pensive use represents some of the most delicate magic performed regularly by qualified wizards. With wand tip placed against the temple, the wizard must focus intently on the specific memory they wish to remove. The incantation Memoriam Extraho is thought silently while performing a gentle drawing motion away from the head. If executed correctly, a silvery strand of memory substance pulls away, clinging to the wand tip until deposited in the Pensive or a suitable storage container. This extracted substance, neither physical matter nor pure energy, but something unique to magical beings, contains not simply the visual record of events as they occurred, but all sensory information the person experienced. The memory strand holds sounds, scents, tactile sensations, and even emotional impressions, though the latter are experienced by a viewer as observed emotions, rather than directly felt ones. What happens to the original memory when extracted? Contrary to popular misconception, standard Pensive extraction does not remove the memory from the wizard's mind permanently. Rather, it creates a perfect copy that can exist independently. The original wizard retains their recollection, though many report that memories shared with a Pensive feel slightly less vivid afterward, as though the sharpest edges of the experience have been transferred to the copy. Only with specific and considerably more difficult spellwork can memories be truly removed, leaving no trace in the original mind. The true wonder of the Pensive lies in how one interacts with deposited memories. When a wizard wishes to view a memory, they need merely lean forward until their face touches the silvery surface. The sensation that follows has been described as a forward tumble through darkness before landing within the memory itself. Unlike magical photographs or portraits, which present only limited repetitive scenes, Pensive memories allow full immersion and exploration from any angle. A wizard viewing a memory becomes an invisible observer, able to move freely through the scene. They can examine details the original memory owner may not have consciously noticed, listen to conversations from different positions, and observe facial expressions and gestures with perfect clarity. This capability makes Pensives invaluable for everything from judicial proceedings to historical research. Albus Dumbledore, who possessed one of the finest Pensives known to exist, a stone basin that had reportedly belonged to the 4 founders of Hogwarts itself, used his device not merely to review individual memories, but to detect patterns across multiple recollections. By adding several memory strands to the Pensive simultaneously, connections and commonalities become visible, showing relationships between events separated by time that might otherwise remain hidden. Despite their utility, Pensives remain exceedingly rare magical artifacts. Their creation requires not only exceptional skill in both transfiguration and charms, but also extensive knowledge of ancient runic magic. The interior of a Pensive must be inscribed with precisely located runes that establish the magical field necessary for memory preservation, a process typically requiring several months of delicate work by a master artificer. Even the wealthiest wizarding families might wait years to commission such an item. The Ministry of Magic maintains several Pensives for official use. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement possesses 3 such devices used primarily in criminal investigations and trials, where memory evidence can prove crucial in determining guilt or innocence. The Wizengamot chambers contain a particularly large Pensive embedded in the floor of a special viewing room, allowing the entire court to observe relevant memories simultaneously during important cases. Within the Department of Mysteries, the Time Room is rumored to contain an experimental Pensive of unique design. Unlike standard models that merely display past events, this modified version allegedly allows limited interaction with memories, not changing past events, which remains magically impossible, but permitting analysts to test theories about why certain events occurred by manipulating the memory's flow. While memories viewed in a Pensive generally present events exactly as they occurred, the device is not without limitations. Most importantly, a memory can only show what the memory owner themselves experienced. Perspectives are limited to where the original witch or wizard was physically present, and their focus affects what details are preserved with clarity. Peripheral events may appear slightly blurred or indistinct if they weren't directly observed. More problematically, memories can be altered before being placed in a Pensive. A skilled wizard versed in memory charms can modify their own recollections, changing details or creating entirely fictional scenarios that appear authentic when viewed. While the Pensive itself reveals memory tampering to trained observers, modified memories often contain subtle inconsistencies in background details or unnatural lighting effects. Such detection requires careful analysis. For this reason, memory evidence in wizarding courts is typically examined by remembrance analysts, specialists trained to detect signs of memory modification. These rare experts combine knowledge of memory charms with psychological understanding of how genuine memories form and change naturally over time. Their testimony regarding memory authenticity can determine the outcome of the most serious cases. The ethics of pensive use remain a subject of ongoing debate in wizarding society. Unlike legilimency, which many consider an invasion of privacy, viewing freely given memories in a pensive carries less ethical concern. However, questions arise. Can memories be shared without the consent of others who appear in them? What obligations exist to maintain the privacy of memories shared for specific purposes? Should memories from the deceased be viewable without their explicit pre-mortem permission? Beyond legal applications, pensives serve critically important functions in other realms of wizarding life. Historians utilize memory collections to preserve first-hand accounts of significant events, creating archives that allow future generations to witness history directly rather than reading secondary accounts. The International Confederation of Wizards maintains the Great Memory Repository in Geneva, containing thousands of donated memories dating back nearly 5 centuries. In education, some advanced magical institutions employ pensives to demonstrate complex spellcasting techniques that cannot be adequately explained through text or demonstration alone. The subtle wand work required for the most difficult transfiguration sequences, for instance, becomes much clearer when students can observe it from multiple angles within a memory. Healers at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies have developed therapeutic applications for pensive technology. Patients suffering from traumatic magical experiences sometimes benefit from revisiting difficult memories in a controlled setting, accompanied by a mind healer who can help them process events from an external perspective. This treatment has proven particularly effective for those suffering from encounter-based conditions like post-dementor trauma. Perhaps the most profound aspect of pensive magic lies not in its practical applications, but in what it reveals about the nature of memory itself. By extracting memories and experiencing them anew, wizards have discovered that our recollections are neither fixed records like Muggle photographs, nor completely malleable fantasies. Rather, they exist in a middle state, basically accurate, but subtly influenced by our emotions, attention, and subsequent experiences. When viewed in a pensive, even the most carefully preserved memory reveals itself as simultaneously objective and subjective, showing events as they physically occurred while filtering them through the perspective, focus, and emotional state of the person who experienced them. This realization has led some wizarding philosophers to suggest that true objectivity may be unattainable even with magical assistance, as all experience is inherently perspectival. Albus Dumbledore once remarked to Harry Potter that the pensive allows one to spot patterns and links invisible when memories are examined solely within the mind. This observation touches on perhaps the most valuable aspect of these devices. They permit us to step outside our own consciousness, to view our experiences and those of others with a degree of detachment impossible through normal recollection. In this sense, the pensive represents more than merely a magical tool. It is a metaphor for the wizarding community's approach to understanding itself. By preserving and sharing memories, witches and wizards acknowledge that individual perspective is both valuable and limited, that truth emerges most clearly when experiences are examined collectively rather than in isolation. As the silvery surface of the pensive settles into stillness before us, we might wonder if you could revisit any memory from your life with perfect clarity, seeing it as it truly happened rather than how you've come to remember it. Which would you choose? And what truths might you discover about yourself in the process? Chapter 5. The Brain Room. Deep beneath the streets of London, past corridors of gleaming black tile, and through doors that open only to those who know their secrets, lies a department shrouded in more mystery than perhaps any other wizarding institution. The Department of Mysteries, with its rotating central chamber and specialized research rooms, represents the pinnacle of magical experimentation and discovery. Among its most enigmatic spaces is a chamber where thought itself is studied, a place where floating organs drift in green solution, bearing the physical manifestation of consciousness. Tonight we descend into the shadowed depths of the Ministry to explore the Brain Room. Imagine stepping through a plain black door into a rectangular chamber illuminated by shimmering emerald light. The source becomes immediately apparent. A massive tank occupies the center of the room, filled with a glowing green potion in which dozens of grayish-white organs float gently. These are not ordinary brains, but specialized magical specimens, each trailing a ribbon-like appendage that waves slowly through the solution like underwater seaweed. The unmistakable scent of preservation potion hangs in the air, a complex aroma combining elements of mint, formaldehyde, and something indefinably magical. The Brain Room represents one of the Department of Mystery's oldest continuous research projects, established in 1743, under Minister for Magic Eldritch Diggory. Its founding purpose, according to fragmentary records that have emerged over the centuries, was to study the fundamental question that divides magical from non-magical thinking: what makes a wizard's brain capable of channeling magical energy when a muggle's cannot? This research expanded over time to encompass broader questions about the nature of thought, memory, and consciousness itself. The brains within the tank come from various sources, some donated by deceased wizards for scientific study, others created through complex magical processes that duplicate the physical structure of thought without generating true sentience. Each specimen is enchanted to maintain its functional properties outside a living body, allowing for the study of active thought processes rather than mere anatomical examination. The most distinctive feature of these preserved brains are their trailing tentacle-like appendages, composed of a substance that magical neurologists call thought matter, a physical manifestation of memory and knowledge. These tendrils contain the tangible form of information once known by the brain, whether from an original donor or magically implanted in laboratory-generated specimens. When active, the tentacles exhibit a faint luminescence and move with purpose, rather than merely drifting. Few wizards have witnessed the Brain Room in operation during active research. Those who have described unspeakables, the secretive researchers of the Department of Mysteries, working in pairs or trios around individual specimens, removed temporarily from the main tank. Using specialized silver instruments resembling delicate spoons and forks, they stimulate specific regions of the brain while recording the resulting movements of the thought tendrils. Other unspeakables monitor enchanted quills that transcribe observations onto endless scrolls of parchment. The precise objectives of this research remain classified, but magical theorists speculate several possibilities. Some suggest the department seeks to develop enhanced memory charms or more effective counterspells to memory modification. Others believe the research aims to understand the magical properties of intelligence itself, potentially leading to advancements in sentient magical artifacts. A more controversial theory proposes that unspeakables study methods of transferring knowledge directly from one mind to another without conventional learning, a magical equivalent of Muggle neural interfaces. Little information has emerged about the Brain Room, comes primarily from three sources: historical ministry records, partially declassified after centuries, accounts from former unspeakables who chose to share limited information after retirement, and most vividly, the first-hand experience of those who encountered the chamber during the Battle of the Department of Mysteries in June 1996. During this incident, several Hogwarts students, including Ronald Weasley, were injured when they entered the Brain Room while fleeing Death Eaters. In a confused state induced by a misfired spell, Ron Weasley summoned one of the brains from the tank. The consequence was immediate and horrifying. The thought tentacles wrapped around his arms and chest, leaving deep welts where they made contact with his skin. This encounter revealed a crucial and dangerous property of the preserved specimens. The thought matter tentacles appear to instinctively seek to transfer their contained information when they contact a living mind. The process, however, is far from benign. Rather than simply imparting knowledge, the tentacles attempt to physically implant memories, a process for which the human mind is not naturally prepared. The result is a form of mental scarring alongside physical injury. Ron Weasley's wounds from this encounter eventually healed, though reports suggest they left faint scars resembling deep thought patterns that remained visible for several years. More significant than the physical marks was the temporary mental disorientation he experienced, described as thinking thoughts that weren't his own during his recovery period. Fortunately, these effects faded over time, suggesting that successful memory transfer requires more sustained contact than occurred during the brief incident. After this event, security protocols around the brain room were reportedly strengthened. Current ministry employees familiar with the department suggest that access now requires specific authorization codes changed weekly, and the brain tank itself is protected by additional containment charms that prevent the specimens from being summoned or otherwise manipulated, except by authorized researchers. The existence of the brain room raises profound questions about the wizarding understanding of consciousness. While Muggles regard the brain as the sole physical seat of the mind, magical research suggests a more complex relationship. For wizards, consciousness appears to exist partly in the physical brain, but also in a quasi-magical field that surrounds it, what some magical theorists call the mind space. This theory helps explain several otherwise puzzling magical phenomena. Memory extraction for Pensive use, for instance, removes thoughts without causing brain damage because it draws from the mind space rather than physical neural tissue. Similarly, legilimency accesses this field rather than directly reading brain activity. The brain room experiments may represent attempts to understand and potentially manipulate this interface between physical and magical aspects of consciousness. One particularly intriguing rumor about the brain room suggests that certain specimens in the tank may be significantly older than the department itself. According to a former unspeakable who published anonymously in a magical research journal after emigrating to Australia, the department maintains several brains believed to have belonged to notable historical figures, including one tentatively identified as belonging to Merlin himself. Whether this claim holds any truth remains impossible to verify, but the possibility raises fascinating questions. If authentic, such specimens could contain knowledge lost for centuries, magical techniques, historical truths, or philosophical insights from the greatest minds of earlier eras. The danger, of course, would lie in accessing such information without succumbing to the aggressive memory transfer the specimens seem programmed to attempt. The most disturbing theory regarding the brain room, one typically discussed only in whispers among those with connections to unspeakables, suggests that not all specimens in the tank are truly non-sentient. According to this controversial claim, some may retain a form of consciousness, trapped in an eternal limbo of disembodied thought. Ministry officials have consistently denied such allegations, insisting that all specimens are ethically sourced and maintain only programmed responses without true awareness. The implications of research conducted in the brain room extend far beyond academic curiosity. If unspeakables do succeed in understanding the mechanics of magical thought, the applications could revolutionize wizarding society. Imagine educational methods that transfer knowledge directly rather than through years of study, healing techniques that restore memories lost to trauma or magical injury, or protective spells that shield the mind more effectively than occlumency. Yet such advancements would carry profound ethical concerns. If memory and knowledge can be directly implanted, questions of identity and autonomy inevitably arise. Would a wizard who receives another's memories remain fully themselves? Could such technology be misused to influence or control unwitting subjects? The thin line between beneficial research and dangerous manipulation explains both the secrecy surrounding the brain room and the strict regulations governing its work. In the years following the Second Wizarding War, rumors suggest the focus of brain room research shifted somewhat. Under Minister for Magic Kingsley Shacklebolt's administration, greater emphasis reportedly fell on developing treatments for victims of severe memory charms and mental magical damage, particularly those affected during Voldemort's regime. St. Mungo's Hospital has neither confirmed nor denied whether certain treatments now offered in their spell damage ward originated from this research. For the average witch or wizard, the brain room remains a subject of fascination and unease, a symbol of how much remains unknown about the very magic that defines their existence. What is the true nature of magical consciousness? How does a spell cast by a wizard connect to their thoughts and intentions? Can the essence of a mind exist outside its original body? These questions, studied in the green-lit chamber beneath London, touch on the most fundamental mysteries of magical existence. As we withdraw from this emerald-illuminated room, watching the gentle drift of preserved thought organs in their perpetual dance, consider the boundaries of your own consciousness. Are your thoughts truly contained within the physical structure of your brain, or do they exist in some more ephemeral form, accessible through magic but never fully understood by science? What memories within you might take physical form if given the chance, reaching out with tendrils of thought to share their knowledge with others? Chapter 6. The Uses of a Dictaquill. Words fill the air around us, ephemeral and fleeting, disappearing into memory almost as quickly as they are spoken. Yet in the wizarding world, where magic transforms the mundane into the extraordinary, even passing conversations can be captured with perfect fidelity through a most ingenious magical invention. As moonlight filters through our window this evening, let us examine the remarkable Dictaquill, an instrument that transforms the spoken word into written text, with neither hand to guide it nor ink to replenish it. Unlike its cousin, the quick-quotes Quill, which embellishes and sensationalizes as it writes, the Dictaquill is prized for its accuracy, a faithful recorder of precisely what is said without interpretation or enhancement. Picture such a quill before you, typically crafted from the primary flight feather of a raven or crow, its shaft polished to a deep ebony sheen. The nib, usually fashioned from silver rather than the traditional gold, is enchanted to never require dipping in an inkwell, producing its own supply of ink in whatever color its owner prefers. The Dictaquill's origins can be traced to the early 17th century, when wizarding record-keeping began to formalize alongside the development of modern governmental structures. Historical accounts attribute its invention to Perpetua Fancourt, a court scribe serving under Minister for Magic Elfrida Clegg, frustrated by the inaccuracies that crept into manual transcription of official proceedings. Fancourt combined elements of several existing enchanted writing implements to create a quill that would record precisely what was spoken without requiring constant supervision. The breakthrough in Fancourt's design came from her insight that magical writing implements needed not just enchantments for movement and ink production, but a form of magical listening capacity. By incorporating crushed jobberknoll feathers, birds known for their connection to memory magic, into the silver alloy used for the nib, she created a quill capable of perceiving and differentiating human speech from other sounds. Setting a Dictaquill to work requires a specific activation charm. The owner must tap the quill 3 times with their wand, while stating verba scriptum followed by the language they wish the quill to transcribe. Most Dictaquills are enchanted to understand multiple languages, though specialized versions exist for particularly rare or ancient tongues. Once activated, the quill rises into the air, poised approximately an inch above the parchment, waiting attentively for speech to begin. The magic that allows the Dictaquill to function involves a complex interplay between charms and transfiguration. The listening component relies on a variation of the sonorous charm, inverted to receive rather than amplify sound. This is paired with a modified form of the Scribbly Fours spell that transforms the quill's perception of sound directly into written symbols. The ink production involves a continuous minor transfiguration, converting magical energy into physical matter, a process that eventually depletes the quill's enchantment, requiring renewal every few years by a qualified wandmaker or magical artisan. Throughout wizarding history, Dictaquills have found applications in numerous fields, each demanding slightly different specifications. In the Wizengamot chambers, specially commissioned Dictaquills record trial proceedings with exceptional precision, capturing not just words, but also noting when speakers overlap or interruptions occur. These judicial models include timestamps in the margins and identify speakers automatically, producing complete transcripts admissible as legal documentation. At the Ministry of Magic, different departments employ variations suited to their particular needs. The Department of International Magical Cooperation uses Dictaquills enhanced with translation charms, capable of recording conversations in one language, while simultaneously producing a transcript in another. The Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes maintains Dictaquills designed to function in chaotic environments, filtering out background noise even amid the confusion of magical disasters. Educational applications of Dictaquills have long been controversial at Hogwarts and other wizarding schools. While they provide invaluable assistance to students with physical disabilities affecting writing or those recovering from spell damage, their use is typically restricted to prevent students from disengaging from the learning process. Professor Minerva McGonagall was known to confiscate unauthorized Dictaquills, maintaining that the act of writing by hand helps cement magical concepts in young minds. For journalists, the Dictaquill represents an essential professional tool, though its reputation has suffered through association with its more sensationalist cousin, the Quill. Reputable publications like the academic journal Transfiguration Today maintain strict policies requiring the use of standard Dictaquills for interviews, with the original transcripts preserved for fact-checking. In contrast, tabloids such as Witch Weekly often favor quick-quotes models that produce more colorful, if less accurate, content. Perhaps the most infamous practitioner of questionable Quill journalism was Rita Skeeter, whose acid green quick-quotes Quill produced notably distorted accounts of interviews with Harry Potter during the Triwizard Tournament. Her articles demonstrate the important distinction between these similar magical tools. While the quick-quotes Quill embellishes and distorts according to its enchantment parameters, the true Dictaquill serves as an impartial witness to what was actually said. For authors and academics, specialized varieties of Dictaquills have proven invaluable. The renowned magical historian Bathilda Bagshot reportedly used a memory-enhanced version during her research, capable of recording not just her spoken thoughts, but also automatically generating footnotes and citations as she verbally referenced source materials. Newt Scamander's field research for fantastic beasts and where to find them relied heavily on waterproof Dictaquills that could function in all weather conditions and environments. In healing contexts, St. Mungo's Hospital employs Dictaquills enchanted with patient confidentiality spells. These quills will record a healer's notes, but become illegible to anyone not authorized to view the patient's records. This innovation, developed in the early 1900s, revolutionized medical record-keeping in the wizarding world, allowing for more comprehensive documentation while maintaining strict privacy standards. The manufacturing of quality Dictaquills remains a specialized craft practiced by only a few wand makers and magical artisans. The process begins with the selection of appropriate feathers, typically from ravens at least 7 years old, as these birds' association with memory and intelligence enhances the quill's receptiveness to the required enchantments. After curing and preparing the feather shaft, the artisan applies a series of strengthening charms before attaching the specially alloyed nib. The most critical and complex stage involves embedding the core enchantments, a process typically requiring several days of concentrated spell work. Master crafters often work in specially designed chambers with controlled magical environments to prevent interference from ambient magical fields. The finest Dictaquills, like those commissioned for the Wizengamot, undergo a final enchantment phase during a full moon, when certain types of magic related to memory and perception are naturally enhanced. Despite their utility, Dictaquills are not without limitations. Most models struggle with very quiet speech or heavy accents, sometimes producing gaps in transcription or phonetic approximations rather than accurate text. They typically cannot distinguish between speakers without additional enchantments, requiring the transcriptionist to manually attribute dialogue. And unlike Pensives, which capture the emotional nuance and context of moments, Dictaquills record only the literal spoken word, missing nonverbal communication that may be crucial to full understanding. The ethical considerations surrounding Dictaquills center primarily on consent and privacy. When is it appropriate to record someone's words without their explicit knowledge? Ministry regulations require journalists and researchers to inform subjects when a Dictaquill is in use, though enforcement of these guidelines has historically been inconsistent. In government and legal settings, posted notices typically inform participants that proceedings are being transcribed automatically. More controversial are security-modified Dictaquills used by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which can be enchanted to appear as ordinary quills while still recording conversations. These investigative tools require special authorization and are subject to strict oversight, though civil liberties advocates in the wizarding world have raised concerns about potential misuse. An interesting cultural development around Dictaquills emerged in the late 20th century, when they became popular tools for family history preservation. Elderly witches and wizards would use them to record their life stories and memories for future generations, creating written records that complement magical photographs and Pensive memories. This practice has led to a richer documentation of everyday wizarding life than was preserved in previous centuries, when such technology was reserved primarily for official or academic purposes. Innovations in Dictaquill technology continue to emerge. Recent developments include self-editing versions that can reorganize transcribed content into more coherent structures while maintaining factual accuracy, restricted audience quills that produce text visible only to specific individuals, useful for confidential notes in public settings. Experimental models being developed by the Department of Mysteries allegedly incorporate elements of legilimency, attempting to capture not just spoken words but also clearly formed thoughts, though ethical concerns have thus far prevented their commercial development. For the average witch or wizard, the Dictaquill represents a perfect balance of magical convenience and practical utility, an enchanted object that doesn't overreach its purpose, but simply performs its function with reliable precision. In this sense, it exemplifies the best of wizarding innovation, magic that enhances human capability without attempting to replace the essential human elements of judgment, interpretation, and creativity. As we watch an imagined Dictaquill hover attentively above its parchment, poised to capture our words in flowing script, we might consider our own relationship with the words we speak and write. Which of your spoken words would you wish to preserve exactly as they left your lips, and which might you prefer to refine before committing them permanently to the page? Chapter 7. The Educational Decrees of Dolores Umbridge. Power gathers in unexpected places, sometimes beneath a veneer of propriety and order. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle have witnessed centuries of magical education, yet few periods in its long history match the systematic oppression that occurred during a single academic year. 1995 to 1996, when a soft-spoken witch in pink cardigan and sensible shoes methodically dismantled the freedoms of students and staff alike. Tonight, we examine the educational decrees of Dolores Jane Umbridge, and how they transformed a place of learning into a regime of control. Imagine walking through the corridors of Hogwarts during that fateful year. Along the ancient stone walls, between portraits of distinguished wizards and witches from ages past, hang a series of increasingly large wooden plaques, each bearing an official ministry seal and flowing script announcing yet another restriction on daily life. The air feels heavy with tension as students pass these notices, voices automatically lowering, eyes darting to check if Umbridge or her Inquisitorial squad might be watching. The story of the educational decrees begins not at Hogwarts but in London, in the wood-paneled offices of the Ministry of Magic. Following Lord Voldemort's return at the end of the Triwizard Tournament, Minister Cornelius Fudge fell into a state of denial so profound it warped his judgment. Rather than acknowledging the Dark Wizard's resurrection, Fudge convinced himself that Albus Dumbledore was manufacturing the crisis to seize control of the ministry. This paranoia led Fudge to place a trusted lieutenant within Hogwarts, someone who would report directly to him while curtailing Dumbledore's influence. Dolores Umbridge, then senior undersecretary to the minister, was selected for this role, appointed as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor through Educational Decree No. 22, which stated that, in the event of the current teacher being unable to provide a candidate for a teaching post, the ministry should select an appropriate person. Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts with a carefully orchestrated plan, rather than attempting an immediate overhaul, which would have met with substantial resistance. She implemented a gradual approach that has since been studied by magical historians as a textbook example of institutional subversion. Each decree built upon the previous one, slowly transferring power from Dumbledore and the faculty to herself as the ministry's representative. The first substantive restriction came with Educational Decree Number 23, which created the position of Hogwarts High Inquisitor and granted Umbridge the authority to inspect other teachers and evaluate their methods. Picture the humiliation of experienced educators like Minerva McGonagall or Phileas Flitwick, masters of their magical disciplines, being interrupted mid-lesson by Umbridge's sickeningly sweet hem, as she made notes on a clipboard about their teaching performance. These inspections were never intended as genuine educational oversight, but rather as a means of identifying and removing teachers loyal to Dumbledore. Professors found themselves walking a narrow path between maintaining educational integrity and avoiding Umbridge's displeasure, which could result in termination. The emotional toll on the faculty was evident in the tightened expressions and whispered conversations that became common in the staff room. As autumn deepened into winter, the decrees multiplied with alarming speed. Educational Decree Number 24 disbanded all student organizations, clubs, teams, and societies, unless they received explicit approval from the High Inquisitor. While ostensibly a security measure, its true purpose was to prevent students from organizing in any way that might challenge Umbridge's authority or support Dumbledore. The impact on student life was immediate and severe. Quidditch teams had to reapply for permission to practice, study groups were disbanded, and even casual gatherings came under scrutiny. For many students, these extracurricular activities weren't merely diversions, but essential components of their magical education and social development. Their prohibition created an atmosphere of loss and resentment that permeated the castle. Educational Decree Number 25 expanded Umbridge's powers further, giving her supreme authority over all punishments, sanctions, and removal of privileges from students, with the power to modify punishments assigned by other staff members. This effectively undermined the traditional disciplinary structure of Hogwarts, where heads of houses had primary responsibility for their students' conduct and welfare. With this decree in place, Umbridge instituted her most notorious disciplinary method, detention sessions, where students were forced to write lines with a blood quill, a dark object that carved the words into the writer's hand while using their blood as ink. "I must not tell lies," and similar phrases were literally inscribed into students' flesh, leaving permanent scars for those subjected to multiple detentions. That such a blatantly abusive practice could be institutionalized demonstrates how completely normal standards of educational care had been abandoned. By midwinter, the restrictions grew increasingly petty and invasive. Educational Decree Number 26 forbade teachers from giving students any information outside the subjects they were paid to teach. This extraordinary constraint on academic freedom meant professors could not discuss current events, answer questions about the wider wizarding world, or provide guidance on matters beyond their specific subject area, even when such topics were directly relevant to students' understanding. The decree effectively isolated Hogwarts from the outside world, creating an information vacuum that the ministry could fill with its own narrative. Students became increasingly dependent on contraband copies of the Quibbler and illicit wireless broadcasts for news about Voldemort's activities, further driving legitimate discourse underground and creating a culture of secrecy and suspicion. Perhaps the most symbolically significant was Educational Decree Number 27, which established that any student found in possession of the magazine The Quibbler will be expelled. This explicit censorship targeted the publication that had agreed to print Harry Potter's account of Voldemort's return, a direct challenge to the ministry's official position. By declaring a specific publication forbidden, Umbridge crossed the line from educational regulation into outright thought control. The irony, of course, was that this decree only increased interest in the banned interview. Students developed ingenious methods to read and share the article, From charming the magazine to appear as ordinary textbooks, to memorizing passages, to share verbally, the decree demonstrated a fundamental misunderstanding of human psychology. Prohibition often enhances desire rather than suppressing it. As spring approached, Educational Decree Number 28 established Umbridge as headmistress following Dumbledore's departure, creating a situation where the ministry had complete control over the school. This shift was accompanied by the formation of the Inquisitorial Squad, a group of students primarily from Slytherin House, given authority to dock house points and report rule violations directly to Umbridge. The creation of this student enforcement group represented a particularly insidious development, as it deliberately fostered division among the student body, rewarding those who aligned with the ministry while encouraging surveillance and reporting on peers. Young witches and wizards were placed in positions of power over their classmates, creating social dynamics that would leave lasting scars on inter-house relations long after Umbridge's departure. Educational Decree Number 29 forbade teachers from communicating with students outside of class hours, further isolating vulnerable students from potential adult support and guidance. This decree particularly affected students like Harry Potter, who had relied on relationships with teachers like McGonagall and Hagrid for the mentorship and stability often lacking in his life with the Dursleys. By late spring, the decrees had become almost comically restrictive, yet their cumulative effect was anything but humorous. Boys and girls were not permitted within 8 inches of each other. Specific suites from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes were banned by name. The use of magic in corridors between classes, a standard practice for everything from carrying heavy books to cleaning up spills, was prohibited. Daily life at Hogwarts became a navigation of countless petty rules, creating an environment where students spent more energy avoiding infractions than engaging with their education. The practical logistics of moving through the castle became complicated by restrictions that seemed designed more to assert control than to address any legitimate concerns. What makes the educational decrees particularly insidious in retrospect is the way they methodically targeted every aspect of school life that fostered independence, critical thinking, and community. Student organizations promote leadership and cooperation. They were banned. Teacher autonomy allows for adaptive, responsive education. It was eliminated. Free access to information encourages questioning and evaluation. It was restricted. These weren't haphazard or reactive measures, but components of a comprehensive strategy to transform Hogwarts from an educational institution into an instrument of ministry propaganda. The decrees created a framework that not only controlled behavior, but attempted to shape thought itself by limiting which ideas could be expressed or accessed. The physical manifestations of these decrees, the increasingly large and ornate proclamations that lined the walls, served as constant visual reminders of Umbridge's authority. Their prominent display wasn't merely informational but performative, demonstrating power through visual domination of shared space. Students couldn't move through the castle without being reminded of the restrictions governing their lives. Understanding the full impact of these decrees requires recognizing the unique position Hogwarts holds in wizarding society. For most magical children, the school isn't merely an educational institution, but their primary community during formative years. Being cut off from support, subjected to arbitrary rules, and punished for expressing dissenting views during adolescence leaves lasting effects on personal development and civic engagement. For staff members, the decrees created impossible professional dilemmas. Professors like McGonagall and Flitwick had to balance their duty to provide quality education against the risk of dismissal if they challenged Umbridge's methods. Hagrid, already vulnerable due to his half-giant heritage, found himself under increased scrutiny that eventually led to a traumatic public dismissal attempt. Even Argus Filch, who initially welcomed Umbridge's strict policies, discovered that true educational welfare requires nuance that her rigid approach couldn't accommodate. The ultimate failure of Umbridge's educational decrees demonstrates an important truth about governance, both magical and muggle. Control based solely on restriction without legitimate purpose eventually collapses under its own weight. when Dumbledore's army was discovered, when Fred and George Weasley orchestrated their spectacular departure, when students and teachers found increasingly creative ways to resist while technically staying within the rules, the brittleness of Umbridge's authority was exposed. Perhaps most telling was the response of the castle itself. Hogwarts, with its moving staircases, hidden rooms, and seemingly sentient awareness, appeared to resist Umbridge's presence. Peeves, the poltergeist, normally a chaotic neutral force, became an agent of focused disruption. The Room of Requirement provided a sanctuary beyond Umbridge's reach. Even the headmaster's office sealed itself against her after Dumbledore's departure, refusing to acknowledge her authority despite her official title. In the aftermath of Umbridge's tenure, all educational decrees were abolished, the wooden plaques removed from the walls where they had hung like manifestations of oppression, yet their legacy lingered in the collective memory of the school. Students who experienced that year carried its lessons forward, about the fragility of institutional independence, the courage required to maintain integrity under pressure, and the importance of questioning authority that demands compliance without justification. The educational decrees of Dolores Umbridge serve as a sobering reminder of how quickly educational institutions can be subverted when external political agendas override pedagogical integrity. They demonstrate the vulnerability of spaces dedicated to learning and the courage required of both educators and students to preserve the true purpose of education, not compliance with authority, but the development of informed, critical, and ethically grounded minds. As we leave behind the ghostly echoes of those proclamations that once lined Hogwarts corridors, consider this: what small sacrifices of freedom might you accept for promised security? And at what point would you recognize that the accumulation of such sacrifices has fundamentally altered the world around you? Chapter 8. The Infamy of Dolores Umbridge. Villainy wears many faces in the wizarding world. There are those who announce their darkness with skull-faced masks and burning symbols in the night sky. And then there are those who conceal malevolence behind saccharine smiles and perfumed notes. Tonight, we examine perhaps the most uniquely despised figure of recent wizarding history. A woman whose name evokes more visceral contempt among Hogwarts alumni than almost any Death Eater. Let us unravel the pink-hued tyranny of Dolores Jane Umbridge. Picture her as she first appeared in the Great Hall that September evening in 1995, a short, squat woman with a broad, flaccid face and a wide, slack mouth beneath a pallid complexion. Her eyes, slightly bulging and cold despite her smile, surveyed the students with calculation rather than warmth. Everything about her appearance was meticulously coordinated: the fluffy pink cardigan over her robes, the black velvet bow perched atop her mouse-brown curls, the girlish accessories that seemed deliberately at odds with her middle age. Most memorable was her voice, high-pitched, breathy, and falsely girlish, deployed with the practiced precision of someone who had learned that such affected sweetness could disarm and disguise. When she interrupted Dumbledore's traditional welcoming speech with a simpering hem, she broke with centuries of Hogwarts tradition, signaling from the very beginning that normal rules and courtesies would not constrain her actions. Dolores Umbridge was born in the mid-1940s to Orford Umbridge, a wizard employed by the Department of Magical Maintenance, and a Muggle mother named Ellen Cracknell. This mixed heritage would later become something Dolores took great pains to conceal, fabricating pure blood connections and demonstrating how prejudices are often most violently expressed by those with the most to hide about their own backgrounds. Young Dolores's early life offers few clues to her later infamy. A Slytherin at Hogwarts, she displayed neither exceptional magical talent nor particular academic distinction. Former classmates recall her primarily for her ability to ingratiate herself with those in authority, while maintaining an air of plausible deniability when her machinations against rivals came to light. Her ascent through ministry ranks after graduation demonstrated this same pattern. Beginning in the Department of Magical Transportation, Umbridge cultivated strategic relationships with department heads and senior officials, positioning herself as indispensably efficient while subtly undermining colleagues who might compete for advancement. By her 30s, she had secured a position in the office of Minister for Magic Millicent Bagnold, and later served as a special assistant to Minister Cornelius Fudge before her eventual promotion to Senior Undersecretary. Within the ministry, Umbridge became known for championing legislation that restricted the rights of magical beings other than pure-blood wizards. Her anti-werewolf legislation of the early 1990s made it nearly impossible for those afflicted with lycanthropy to find employment, driving many like Remus Lupin into poverty. Later, she drafted the Muggle-born Registration Commission framework that would be implemented during Voldemort's control of the ministry, demonstrating how her inherent prejudices aligned naturally with Death Eater ideology, despite her lack of formal affiliation. What makes Umbridge's character particularly disturbing is the aesthetic within which she wrapped her cruelty. Her office at Hogwarts exemplified this dissonance. Walls covered in ornamental plates, featuring Technicolor kittens gamboling on pastel backgrounds, dried flowers arranged in vases, doilies beneath every surface, and pastel-colored stationery for her notorious punishment notes. This aggressively feminine, deliberately childish environment served as the setting for some of the most sadistic disciplinary practices ever employed at the school. The infamous black quill deserves particular mention. This rare dark artifact, which Umbridge possessed in multiples, caused whatever message was written to be carved into the user's hand, using their own blood as ink. Under the guise of lines, Umbridge forced countless students to mutilate themselves, creating permanent scars that many carry to this day. "I must not tell lies," "I must respect authority," and other phrases were literally inscribed into young flesh, a physical manifestation of her desire to enforce compliance through pain. What psychological insights might explain such behavior? Magical psychologists have suggested that Umbridge exhibits classic traits of narcissistic personality combined with sadistic tendencies, finding genuine pleasure in others' pain while maintaining absolute conviction in her own righteousness. Her signature, him, served as a verbal assertion of dominance, interrupting others while maintaining a veneer of politeness. Perhaps most telling was Umbridge's relationship with Dementors, the soul-draining guardians of Azkaban. While most wizards find these creatures instinctively repellent, Umbridge demonstrated unusual comfort in their presence and willingness to deploy them, even against children. She dispatched Dementors to Little Winging in an attempt to silence Harry Potter before the school year began, showing her willingness to potentially have a teenager's soul removed, rather than allow him to contradict ministry narratives. This comfort with Dementors may explain why, unlike most ministry officials who collaborated with the Death Eater regime out of fear or self-preservation, Umbridge thrived during Voldemort's control of the wizarding government. As head of the Muggle-born Registration Commission, she enthusiastically persecuted witches and wizards of Muggle parentage, conducting show trials where the accused were presumed guilty and often sentenced to Azkaban. She even took possession of Slytherin's locket, a Horcrux containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul, wearing it as an ornament to bolster her fictional claims of pure blood heritage. The locket's proximity may have enhanced Umbridge's worst tendencies, but the darkness was present long before this magical influence. Former ministry colleagues report that years before Voldemort's return, Umbridge maintained a blacklist of those she considered undesirable or opposed to her policies, using her position to block their advancement and sometimes orchestrate their dismissal through carefully manufactured evidence of incompetence or impropriety. Her tenure at Hogwarts revealed how completely educational concerns were secondary to her pursuit of power. Defense against the dark arts, arguably the most crucial subject during Voldemort's return, was reduced under her instruction to reading theoretical text without any practical application. When students raised concerns about their inability to perform defensive spells, Umbridge infamously asked whom they imagined would want to attack children, a statement of such willful blindness to wizarding history that it could only be deliberate denial. Interestingly, despite her sadistic tendencies, Umbridge was not particularly gifted in magical combat. During the confrontation in the Forbidden Forest, she proved unable to defend herself against the centaurs, and her attempts to control the situation through threats and slurs demonstrated a fundamental misunderstanding of magical beings other than humans. Her power derived almost entirely from institutional authority rather than personal magical talent, perhaps explaining her obsessive attachment to ministry positions and titles. The psychological impact of Umbridge's regime on Hogwarts students extended far beyond her departure. Interviews with those who attended during the 1995 to 1996 academic year reveal lasting effects similar to those experienced after prolonged exposure to environments of institutional abuse. Some developed anxiety responses to the color pink or the sound of throat clearing. Others reported nightmare-filled sleep after her visit to the school during their OWL examinations. For staff members, Umbridge's inspection regime created professional trauma that lingered long after her removal. Hagrid, subjected to blatantly biased evaluation due to his half-giant heritage, suffered both professional humiliation and eventual violent removal from the grounds. Sybil Trelawney's public dismissal and eviction from her longtime home within the castle represented a calculated cruelty designed to make an example of those Umbridge deemed undesirable. Perhaps most significantly, Umbridge's actions fostered a generation of students who became primed for resistance. Many who experienced her authoritarian regime later became central figures in the underground resistance during Voldemort's takeover of the Ministry. The students who secretly practiced defense spells in the Room of Requirement developed not only magical skills, but the organizational capabilities and conviction needed to later form the core of Dumbledore's army during the Carrow's tenure at Hogwarts. Following Voldemort's defeat in the Battle of Hogwarts, the reformed ministry under Kingsley Shacklebolt conducted extensive investigations into collaborators with the Death Eater regime. Umbridge was among the first arrested, charged with crimes against Muggleborns in her role with the Registration Commission. Witness testimony from those she had persecuted, coupled with documented evidence of her enthusiastic implementation of discriminatory policies, resulted in a conviction and sentence to Azkaban, now without Dementors but still a place of confinement and disgrace for the former senior undersecretary. Reports from the wizarding prison describe Umbridge as unrepentant, maintaining until the end that she had merely been following ministerial directives and upholding wizarding law. This failure to acknowledge wrongdoing, even when confronted with the suffering she had caused, perhaps represents the final insight into her character, a woman so convinced of her own rightness that no evidence could penetrate her self-deception. The case of Dolores Umbridge offers a different kind of cautionary tale than that of more obvious villains like Voldemort or Grindelwald. She represents the banality of evil, how cruelty can exist within systems enacted by bureaucrats who claim merely to be following procedure, and how institutional power can enable those with sadistic tendencies to indulge their worst impulses under the guise of maintaining order. Her legacy serves as a reminder that tyranny often arrives not in dramatic proclamations of dark intent, but in pink notepapers with official seals, in educational decrees that incrementally restrict freedom, and in the smiling denial of obvious truths. The students who endured her regime learned to recognize these patterns, a lesson that would serve them well when facing the more overt darkness that followed. What makes Umbridge uniquely infamous in wizarding memory is this combination of pettiness and power, of superficial sweetness and fundamental cruelty. She represents not the exceptional evil of a Dark Lord, but the more common and insidious malevolence that can exist within ordinary structures, enacted by people who never consider themselves villains, but rather defenders of proper order and decorum. As night gathers around us and shadows deepen in the corners, consider this, which is truly more dangerous: the declared enemy whose darkness is apparent to all, or the smiling authority figure whose cruelty comes cloaked in rules, regulations, and respectability, which requires greater vigilance to recognize and greater courage to resist. Chapter 9. The Extraction of Memories. The mind is a palace of infinite rooms, each housing moments of our lives in varying states of clarity and decay. Within the wizarding world, however, memory transcends metaphor. It becomes tangible, a substance that can be drawn forth from thought and preserved outside the mind that created it. As twilight deepens around us, let us explore the subtle and profound art of memory extraction, where recollection becomes a silvery essence that can be stored, shared, and experienced anew. Imagine standing before a stone basin inscribed with ancient runes. In your hand, you hold your wand, 13 inches of precisely carved wood containing a core of magical substance, and prepare to perform one of the most intimate magical acts possible. You place the tip of your wand against your temple, focus intently on a specific memory you wish to preserve, and begin to draw the wand slowly away from your head. As you do, a gossamer strand of silvery white substance, neither gas nor liquid but something in between, clings to the wand's tip. This is memory in its externalized form, thought made visible. The extraction of memories represents one of the most delicate and complex forms of personal magic, regularly practiced by qualified witches and wizards. Unlike spells that affect the external world, memory extraction requires the practitioner to simultaneously maintain perfect focus on specific recollections while performing precise wand work that interacts directly with their own consciousness. This demanding combination makes memory extraction a skill that many adult wizards never fully master. The incantation for memory extraction, Memoria Extra here, is whispered rather than declared, a magic of gentle withdrawal rather than forceful assertion. The wand movement combines elements of both charms and transfiguration, as it must identify specific thought patterns, transform them into extractable essence without damaging the original, and maintain their coherence outside the mind. Attempting this complex procedure without proper training can result in fragmented or corrupted memories, or in more severe cases, gaps in the original memory remaining in the mind. What exactly is the silvery substance that emerges during extraction? Magical neurologists describe it as thought matter, a unique magical substance that represents the interface between consciousness and physical reality. Unlike physical brain tissue or purely abstract thought, thought matter contains the complete sensory and emotional content of memories in a form that can exist independently, yet retain its connection to the original experience. The substance exhibits properties of both matter and energy, responding to physical containment while also interacting with magical fields that would not affect ordinary objects. Standard memory extraction, as performed for Pensive use, does not remove the original memory from the mind. Instead, it creates what might be described as a perfect copy or impression, allowing the extracted version to be viewed while leaving the original intact within the wizard's consciousness. Many report, however, that memories shared with a Pensive feel somewhat different afterward, their emotional intensity slightly diminished, as though some essence of the experience now resides primarily in the extracted version. True removal of memories, leaving no trace in the original mind, requires a significantly more complex spell performed with greater force, and typically by a second party rather than self-extracted. This procedure, Obliviate Extractum, combines elements of the memory charm with extraction techniques, and is practiced primarily by specialized healers at St. Mungo's Hospital when treating patients with severely traumatic magical experiences. Unlike standard extraction, which leaves silvery thought matter, complete removal produces a slightly darker, more substantial essence that cannot be reintegrated through normal means. Once extracted, memories require proper containment to maintain their integrity. While a Pensive provides the optimal environment for preservation and viewing, shorter-term storage can be achieved using crystal phials specially treated with stabilizing charms. These containers must be sealed immediately after receiving the memory strand, as exposure to air causes gradual deterioration of the thought matter. Properly stored memories can remain viable for centuries. The Department of Mysteries reportedly maintains archives of extracted memories dating back to the Founder's era, preserved through periodically renewed stasis charms. The physical process of handling extracted memories demands considerable care. The silvery strands are both delicate and, in magical terms, highly reactive. Contact with foreign magical fields can distort their contents, while physical disruption can fragment the narrative coherence of the memory. When transferring memories between containers, experienced practitioners use their wands to guide the strand in continuous movement, never allowing it to rest unsupported or touch other magical objects. This delicacy explains why memory extraction and storage is typically not taught until advanced magical education, usually at the Auror training level or in specialized healer programs. Different wizards report varying sensations during memory extraction. Some describe a cooling feeling at the temple, followed by a momentary lightness as the memory separates. Others experience a brief disorientation as the mind adjusts to the partial externalization of its contents. For those with particular sensitivity to magical processes, the extraction may produce a momentary echo of the memory being withdrawn, a fleeting replay of the experience as it transforms from internal thought to external essence. The magical theory underlying memory extraction connects to some of the most fundamental questions in wizarding philosophy. The ability to separate memories from the mind that created them suggests that consciousness itself may have properties beyond purely physical existence, a perspective that distinguishes wizarding understanding of mind from Muggle neuroscience. This perspective is further supported by the fact that extracted memories retain subjective elements like emotional responses and sensory impressions, rather than merely recording objective events. Apprentice unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries begin their study of consciousness with memory extraction experiments, carefully documenting how different types of memories respond to the process. Declarative memories, facts, and events typically extract cleanly, producing uniform silvery strands. Emotional memories, particularly those associated with strong feelings, often yield more luminous essences with subtle color variations visible within the silver. Procedural memories, skills, and practiced movements prove most challenging to extract fully, requiring specialized techniques developed by the department's thought division. Beyond the Pensive, extracted memories have found various applications in wizarding society. The Wizengamot may request memory evidence in certain legal proceedings, though strict protocols govern its admissibility. Magical researchers conducting historical studies sometimes work with memory collections to access first-hand accounts of events occurring before written records. In rare cases, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has used extraction to verify witness testimony when conflicting accounts complicate investigations. However, ethical considerations place significant constraints on these applications. Unlike physical evidence, memories contain deeply personal elements, thoughts, feelings, and perspectives that may not have been intended for sharing. The wizarding legal system has developed complex guidelines around consent and privacy in memory evidence, including the right of individuals to review their own extracted memories before submission and to request selective redaction of strictly personal elements not relevant to the matter at hand. Moreover, as previously noted in our discussion of Pensives, extracted memories are not immune to manipulation. A skilled wizard versed in memory charms can modify their own recollections before extraction, creating altered versions that appear authentic when viewed. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement employs memory authentication specialists who examine extracted memories for signs of tampering, inconsistencies in background details, unnatural lighting effects, or disruptions in the natural flow of events that might indicate modification. One of the most significant limitations of memory extraction is that it cannot recover memories that have been properly removed or modified by memory charms. Once the original memory structure has been altered or erased within the mind, there is no intact version remaining to extract. This constraint has frustrated attempts to use extraction as a counter to memory modification in criminal cases. While traces of powerful memory alterations can sometimes be detected by skilled legilimens, the original content typically cannot be recovered through standard extraction methods. For ordinary witches and wizards, The most common encounter with memory extraction comes when contributing to family memory collections, a tradition in many old wizarding families. On significant birthdays, particularly as elder family members advance in years, important memories may be extracted and preserved in specially commissioned family pensives, creating archives of experience that span generations. These collections serve both sentimental and practical purposes, preserving family history while also allowing younger members to learn from the experiences of their ancestors. The intimacy of sharing extracted memories creates bonds unlike any other form of communication. To allow others to experience your memories is to invite them not just to know what happened to you, but to temporarily perceive through your senses and feel echoes of your emotions. This profound form of sharing explains why memory extraction between close friends or loved ones is considered one of the most meaningful expressions of trust in wizarding culture. Yet the decision to extract memories can also serve more personal purposes. Some witches and wizards choose to remove particularly painful recollections temporarily during periods of emotional distress, storing them securely until they feel better equipped to reintegrate the experiences. This practice, while understandable, is viewed with caution by mental health healers at St. Mungo's, who warn that repeatedly extracting difficult memories rather than processing them can lead to fragmented emotional development and delayed psychological healing. In cases of severe magical trauma, however, therapeutic memory extraction conducted under the supervision of specialized mind healers can prove beneficial. The procedure allows patients to literally gain perspective on their experiences by viewing them from outside, often revealing details or patterns obscured by the intensity of the original experience. This technique has proven particularly effective for survivors of encounters with creatures like Dementors, whose effects on memory can be better understood and addressed when externalized. The most sophisticated practitioners of memory extraction develop a nuanced relationship with their own memories, sometimes extracting important recollections not to share or avoid them, but simply to study them from different perspectives. Albus Dumbledore was known to use his Pensive in this manner, revisiting conversations or events repeatedly, examining them from different angles to discern meanings or connections that might not be apparent from within the subjective experience. This practice reveals perhaps the most profound insight offered by the art of memory extraction, that our experiences contain more than we can perceive in the moment of their occurrence. By drawing forth memories and examining them anew, wizards gain a unique opportunity for reflection and discovery, finding in their own past experiences wisdom that might otherwise remain hidden within the confines of internal recollection. As we conclude our exploration of memory extraction, the silvery strands of thought matter settling gently into their crystal containers, we might consider our own relationship with memory and experience. If you could extract a single memory from your mind to preserve perfectly or share with another, which would you choose, and what might that selection reveal about the moments that truly define you? Chapter 10. The Love Chamber. In the depths of the Ministry of Magic, beyond rotating halls of midnight blue tiles and doors that confound the uninvited, lies a chamber forever locked against casual entry. Unlike the rooms that house prophecies, time, thought, space, and death, this chamber studies what many wizards consider the most mysterious force of all, more powerful than death, more enigmatic than time, more transformative than any magical incantation. Tonight we approach the threshold of the Department of Mystery's most secretive space, the Love Chamber. Imagine standing before a plain, unmarked door that resists all attempts at magical entry. No spell can unlock it. No charm can penetrate its secrets. Even among unspeakables, those mysterious ministry employees who dedicate their lives to studying the deepest questions of magical existence, only a select few ever pass through this doorway. What lies beyond remains largely speculative, though fragments of information have emerged over centuries from those rare individuals granted access. The existence of the Love Chamber was first publicly acknowledged in ministry records dating to 1762, when the Department of Mysteries was formally established in its current structure. Prior to this organization, Studies of love magic had been conducted in various locations, including a secluded tower at Hogwarts during the 16th century and temporary facilities near Godric's Hollow in the early 1700s. The decision to create a permanent dedicated space within the ministry came after several catastrophic incidents involving experimental love potions and charms that demonstrated the extraordinary dangers of manipulating such potent magical forces. According to historical accounts from retired unspeakables, the chamber itself defies ordinary architectural principles. The room appears to shift in size and configuration depending on who enters it and their emotional state at the time of entry. At its center stands what most witnesses describe as a great crystalline fountain or well from which emanates a shimmering, pearlescent mist that never fully dissipates. This fountain does not contain water, but rather a substance that has never been successfully analyzed or contained. Attempts to collect samples result in the material dissipating immediately upon removal from the chamber. The atmospheric conditions within the love chamber reportedly affect each visitor differently. Some describe experiencing profound emotional clarity, as though seeing their deepest attachments and connections with unprecedented understanding. Others report sensations of weightlessness or warmth spreading from the center of their chest outward. A few visitors have been overwhelmed by these effects, requiring immediate removal and subsequent emotional stabilization by specialized healers, a fact that explains the strict protocols governing access to the chamber. What exactly do unspeakables study within this mysterious space? Unlike other divisions of the department, which investigate objective magical phenomena, the Love Division examines something that exists at the intersection of magic and emotion. Their research encompasses several interconnected areas: the magical properties of emotional bonds, protective enchantments born of love, the physiology of attraction, and the fundamental magical differences between various forms of love. Perhaps the most significant focus involves protective love magic, the powerful defensive enchantments that can be created through acts of selfless love and sacrifice. This branch of study gained particular prominence after Harry Potter's survival of the killing curse, attributed to the protective enchantment created when his mother, Lily, sacrificed her life for him. The love chamber reportedly contains instruments that can detect and measure residual traces of such protection. Though these methods remain highly classified, the chamber also houses what former unspeakables have described as emotional resonance detectors, devices that visualize the magical signatures of powerful emotional bonds between individuals. These instruments reportedly reveal that love creates distinct magical patterns, as unique as fingerprints, varying not just in intensity, but in qualitative structure, depending on the nature of the relationship. Familial love, romantic attachment, deep friendship, and other forms of connection each generate distinctive magical signatures that can be studied and, to a limited extent, quantified. Particularly fascinating is the division's research into what they term magical compatibility, the observable phenomenon that certain witches and wizards naturally produce more powerful magic when working together than they do individually. This effect, most pronounced in pairs with strong emotional bonds, manifests in enhanced spell strength, greater precision in complex magical work, and in rare cases, the spontaneous development of limited forms of nonverbal magical communication. Compatibility studies have applications ranging from our team assignments to therapeutic magic practiced at St. Mungo's. The Love Chamber also contains the Ministry's most comprehensive collection of historical data on love potions and their effects. Unlike the educational approach taken at Hogwarts, which focuses primarily on identifying and countering such potions, the department's research examines their fundamental magical mechanics and limitations. Of particular interest is the well-documented fact that no potion, however powerfully brewed, can create genuine love. Only infatuation or obsession that mimics certain external aspects of attachment. This limitation points to love's status as a force that magic can influence but never fully replicate or control. Among the most closely guarded secrets of the chamber are experiments involving Patronus charms and their connection to emotional states. The ability to produce a Patronus, particularly a corporeal one, requires the caster to access genuinely happy memories, often associated with experiences of love in its various forms. Research conducted in the love chamber has reportedly demonstrated that changes in a person's deepest emotional attachments can alter their Patronus form, supporting the theory that these magical guardians reflect something fundamental about the caster's emotional identity. Attempts to study the opposite of love, hatred, indifference, or emotional manipulation reportedly cannot be conducted within the chamber itself. According to limited testimonies from former unspeakables, such negative emotional magic simply fails to function properly in the chamber's atmosphere. Spells or potions designed to create hatred or sever emotional bonds lose potency or fail entirely when brought into proximity with the central fountain, suggesting that love may possess inherent magical supremacy over its opposites. The connection between the love chamber and the nearby death chamber has been the subject of considerable theoretical discussion among magical philosophers. The two rooms are positioned directly opposite each other in the department's circular hall, suggesting an intentional architectural acknowledgement of their interconnected nature. Albus Dumbledore once remarked that love and death represent the two greatest mysteries studied by the department, with love being the greater power of the two, a perspective that aligns with observed magical phenomena throughout wizarding history. The most tantalizing rumors about the love chamber concern its alleged ability to temporarily reveal to visitors the faces of those they truly love, not as a simple reflection, but as a kind of magical manifestation drawn from the viewer's own heart. This phenomenon, if accurate, would explain why exposure to the chamber can be emotionally overwhelming for some, particularly those with unresolved feelings, or those who have attempted to suppress deep attachments. For this reason, unspeakables assigned to the love division reportedly undergo extensive psychological evaluation and preparation before beginning their work. Despite centuries of study, the fundamental nature of love as a magical force remains elusive. Unlike other forms of magic that can be categorized, measured, and predicted with reasonable accuracy, love magic exhibits properties that seem to transcend ordinary magical laws. Spells born of love often achieve effects deemed theoretically impossible by standard magical principles. Protective enchantments created through acts of loving sacrifice can counter curses considered unblockable. These anomalies suggest that love may not simply be another category of magic, but perhaps something more fundamental, a force from which other magical effects derive their power. This perspective aligns with certain ancient magical traditions predating the establishment of formal wizarding education. Celtic druids and Mediterranean magical practitioners both maintained that love represented the primordial magical energy from which all other forms of magic flowed. The Department of Mysteries research, while conducted with more scientific rigor, has reportedly produced findings compatible with these traditional views, documenting how magic performed with loving intent often demonstrates enhanced potency and stability. The permanent sealing of the love chamber against unauthorized entry reflects not just the sensitivity of the research conducted within, but also the inherent dangers of manipulating emotions through magical means. Historical incidents involving misused love magic have demonstrated consequences ranging from psychological damage to magical catastrophes affecting entire communities. One particularly notorious case from 1782 involved an experimental charm designed to enhance emotional bonds that, when cast incorrectly, created a form of emotional contagion that spread uncontrollable grief through a village in Yorkshire, ultimately requiring the intervention of 50 wizards to contain and reverse. For ordinary witches and wizards, the love chamber represents one of the most tangible acknowledgments that some aspects of existence, even in a world where dragons can be tamed and time itself can be rewound, remain fundamentally mysterious. The wizarding community's relationship with love magic tends toward respectful caution rather than casual manipulation. While love potions remain legally available, albeit regulated, their use is generally considered ethically questionable at best. and potentially criminal at worst, depending on the circumstances and intent. Educational approaches to love magic vary across wizarding cultures. Hogwarts addresses the topic primarily through cautionary lessons about love potions and their countermeasures, with little formal instruction regarding positive applications of love-based magic. Beauxbaton's Academy takes a more expansive approach, offering advanced students elective coursework in emotion-enhanced charms and the ethical boundaries of empathic magic. Ogadou, the African Wizarding School, integrates concepts of emotional magical resonance throughout its curriculum, teaching that all magic is influenced by the caster's emotional state rather than treating love magic as a separate category. Beyond academic study, practical applications of principles derived from love chamber research have emerged in specialized fields of magical healing. Mungo's Hospital maintains a small ward dedicated to treating magical ailments affected by emotional states, including curse damage resistant to standard treatments. Healers in this division employ techniques developed from declassified department research, including therapeutic environments enhanced with diluted versions of the emotional resonance found in the love chamber. Perhaps most profound is the way knowledge from the love chamber has influenced magical understanding of souls and their connection to magic itself. While many aspects of wizarding life treat magic as a tool or skill to be developed, research into love magic consistently points to deeper connections between a wizard's magical capacity and their emotional core. This perspective challenges purely technical approaches to magical education and suggests that emotional development may be as crucial to magical mastery as technical skill or theoretical knowledge. As our exploration of the love chamber concludes, we remain, like most witches and wizards, outside its perpetually locked door, able only to speculate about the full extent of the mysteries studied within. Yet this very limitation perhaps offers the most appropriate conclusion to our discussion. Love, whether examined through magical research or experienced in daily life, retains elements that resist complete analysis or understanding. Its power manifests in ways that sometimes defy magical explanation, from Lily Potter's sacrifice creating protection against the killing curse, to the enhanced magic produced spontaneously by those with deep bonds. In this perpetual mystery lies both the frustration and the wonder of love as a magical force. It cannot be fully controlled, replicated, or predicted, yet it produces some of the most powerful magic ever recorded. For a world accustomed to bending reality to its will through spells and potions, love represents the humbling acknowledgement that some forces remain beyond complete mastery, powerful precisely because they cannot be reduced to mere magical technique. As night deepens around us, and the embers glow softly in the hearth, consider this: what experiences of love in your own life have seemed to hold a power that transcends ordinary explanation? And how might those moments connect you to the most ancient and mysterious magic of all? Chapter 11. The creation of enchanted parchment. The written word holds power. This truth stands in both magical and muggle worlds alike, yet within the wizarding community, writing transcends mere communication to become something far more extraordinary. Words inscribed on properly enchanted parchment can conceal secrets, transform themselves, reveal hidden truths, or even enforce binding magical contracts. Tonight, as shadows lengthen across ancient tomes and scrolls, we unravel the fascinating art of creating enchanted parchment, where the very medium of writing becomes imbued with magical properties. Imagine running your fingers across a seemingly ordinary sheet of parchment. To Muggle eyes, it appears as nothing more than treated animal skin, rough-textured and slightly translucent. Yet to a witch or wizard with trained perception, enchanted parchment reveals subtle signs of its magical nature: a faint luminescence visible only from certain angles, a slight warming sensation against the skin, or the barely perceptible hum of contained magical energy. These qualities mark the difference between ordinary writing material and a substance capable of holding complex enchantments. The creation of magical parchment begins long before any spells are cast. The process starts with the careful selection of source material, as the magical properties of the eventual parchment depend significantly on the animal from which the skin is taken. Dragon hide produces the most powerfully enchantable parchment, but is prohibitively expensive for common use. Goat skin, the traditional base for standard wizarding parchment, strikes a balance between receptivity to enchantment and reasonable cost. For specialized applications, other materials may be preferred: ram skin for protective documents, doe skin for communication parchments, and in rare cases, the shed skin of magical serpents for parchments intended to conceal secrets. Once the appropriate skin is selected, it undergoes a preparation process, combining traditional parchment-making techniques with magical reinforcement. The skin is first soaked in a solution containing powdered moonstone and essence of dittany, infusing the material with basic magical receptivity. After stretching and scraping to achieve the proper thickness, the developing parchment is dried in conditions that vary depending on the intended enchantment. Sunlight for transparency charms, moonlight for concealment properties, or the smoke of specific magical herbs for protective qualities. During the drying phase, the craftsperson performs the first layer of enchantment, typically using wand movements that follow the expanding perimeter of the stretched skin, while chanting stabilizing incantations. This preliminary enchantment creates a magical foundation, preparing the parchment to accept more specific spells without deteriorating. Master parchment makers often develop their own proprietary combinations of charms for this stage, passing these closely guarded techniques to apprentices after years of training. The finest enchanted parchments receive additional treatment with specially formulated magical inks before the final enchantments are applied. These preparatory inks, containing ingredients such as powdered unicorn horn, phoenix tears, or alchemy eggshell, are applied in intricate patterns that remain invisible once dry, but create a framework of magical conductivity throughout the material. The patterns vary according to the parchment's intended purpose: spirals for communication enchantments, grid patterns for security features, or branching structures resembling constellations for parchments designed to store large amounts of information. Once properly prepared, the parchment can receive its primary enchantments, the specific magical properties that will define its function. This delicate process typically occurs during particular astronomical conditions that enhance specific types of magic. Security enchantments are best applied during the waning moon, when protective magic naturally strengthens. Communication charms work best under the influence of Mercury. Concealment spells achieve greatest potency when cast during a solar eclipse, explaining why truly exceptional invisibility parchment appears only rarely on the market. The range of enchantments that can be applied to parchment is vast, limited primarily by the skill of the enchanter and the quality of the base material. Among the most common varieties are secrecy parchment, which reveals its contents only to specific individuals or under particular conditions. The Marauder's map represents perhaps the most famous example of this category, responding only to the specific phrase, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," while appearing as blank parchment to any other attempt at reading. Communication parchment, enchanted to transmit written content between linked sheets. This variety ranges from simple paired parchments that duplicate writing from one sheet to another, to complex networks like those used by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, where information can be selectively shared across dozens of connected documents based on security clearance. Verification parchment, used for official documents and contracts, which can detect forged signatures or alterations to the text. Gringotts employs a particularly sophisticated version that not only reveals tampering, but also identifies the magical signature of anyone attempting unauthorized modifications. Adaptive parchment, which changes its content based on specific triggers or conditions. The enchanted parchment used for Hogwarts acceptance letters exemplifies this type, automatically updating with each prospective student's precise location. The smallest bedroom, the floor of the hut on the rock. Binding parchment, perhaps the most legally significant variety, which creates magical obligations for those who sign it. The enchantment transforms agreement into magical contract, with penalties ranging from mild hexes for minor violations to serious magical consequences for breaking solemn agreements. The parchment used for the Triwizard Tournament represented an especially powerful implementation, creating a binding magical contract from the moment a name was entered. The creation of each variety requires specialized knowledge and often unique ingredients. For instance, proper binding parchment must incorporate freely given blood from a magical oathkeeper, traditionally a sphinx, though ethically sourced alternatives have been developed in recent centuries. Communication parchment requires fragments from the same sheet to be incorporated into each linked document, ensuring magical connectivity across distances. Beyond these common categories exist numerous specialized variations created for particular purposes or institutions. The parchment used for Hogwarts examinations contains anti-cheating enchantments so thorough that no known magical method can circumvent them. The Department of Mysteries employs parchment that erases itself after being read, leaving no trace of sensitive information in unauthorized hands. St. Mungo's Hospital uses diagnostic parchment that changes color in response to magical ailments when placed against a patient's skin. Perhaps most intriguing are historical examples of enchanted parchment that demonstrate magic beyond contemporary capabilities. Ancient Egyptian wizards created papyrus scrolls that could translate content into any language the reader understood. Celtic magical traditions included hide parchments that would warn of approaching danger. The Lost Library of Alexandria reportedly contained parchments that absorbed information from nearby conversations, preserving historical events without a scribe's intervention. The creation of highly enchanted parchment typically falls under strict ministry regulation due to potential misuse. The improper use of Magic Office maintains registries of individuals qualified to produce various categories of enchanted parchment, with particularly sensitive varieties, such as undetectable expansion parchment that can contain vastly more text than physically possible, requiring special licensing. Black market enchanted parchment exists, but often contains flawed spellwork that may fail at critical moments or produce unintended side effects. For the average witch or wizard, interaction with enchanted parchment begins early in life. Hogwarts letters represent many magical children's first encounter with adaptive enchanted parchment. Educational experiences continue this exposure. Homework assignments on parchment enchanted to detect plagiarism, examinations on sheets that prevent cheating, and textbooks containing pages that update themselves with recent discoveries or revised theories. The business of creating and selling enchanted parchment constitutes a specialized segment of the wizarding economy. Scribulous writing implements in Diagon Alley offers mid-range enchanted parchments suitable for everyday use, while establishments like Scrivener's in Nocturne Alley provide more exotic varieties for those with special requirements and appropriate authorization. Custom enchantment services command premium prices, with family grimoires and business ledgers often incorporating personalized protective features. The ethics surrounding certain types of enchanted parchment generate ongoing debate within the wizarding community. Parchment enchanted to compel truth-telling, a milder version of the effects produced by Veritaserum, raises questions about consent and privacy. Documents that enforce magical penalties without ministry oversight challenge governmental authority over magical law. The educational use of anti-cheating parchment, while generally accepted as necessary, prompts discussions about appropriate monitoring of young witches and wizards. In recent decades, innovation in enchanted parchment has accelerated, producing new varieties with specialized applications. Memory assistance parchment helps elderly witches and wizards by gently reminding them of information they've forgotten. Translation parchment renders text in the reader's native language, regardless of the original writing. Privacy parchment appears blank to anyone reading over the writer's shoulder, while remaining visible to the person directly before it. The development of these innovations typically combines traditional parchment-making knowledge with specialized magical research. The Charms Development Office at the Ministry of Magic occasionally releases new enchantment techniques for public use after thorough testing. while private magical research firms like Wimburn Magical Materials invest significant resources in creating proprietary enchanted products. Beyond practical applications, enchanted parchment carries deep cultural significance in wizarding traditions. Family histories inscribed on parchment enchanted for preservation can last centuries, connecting current generations with distant ancestors. Magical contracts recorded on binding parchment represent the solemnity with which wizarding society views sworn agreements. The magical last will and testament, typically created on specially prepared parchment that verifies the testator's identity and intent, demonstrates the importance placed on honoring final wishes. Perhaps most fascinating is how enchanted parchment reveals fundamental principles about magic itself. The fact that such enchantments work at all demonstrates that magic can be embedded within objects, remaining stable for extended periods without a wizard actively maintaining the spell. This property underlies countless magical artifacts, from broomsticks to invisibility cloaks. Additionally, the way different enchantments interact when combined on a single piece of parchment illustrates principles of magical compatibility and interference that inform more complex magical engineering. For students of magical theory, enchanted parchment provides an accessible entry point to understanding deeper magical concepts. Before attempting to comprehend the complex enchantments of powerful artifacts like the Sorting Hat or the Goblet of Fire, young witches and wizards often begin by studying the principles behind simpler enchanted objects like self-correcting ink or parchment that folds itself into envelopes. As our exploration of enchanted parchment draws to a close, we can appreciate how this seemingly mundane material embodies the wizarding community's approach to everyday life, finding ways to imbue ordinary objects with extraordinary properties, creating tools that combine practicality with wonder. In the marriage of ancient craft and magical innovation, enchanted parchment represents the continuous thread of ingenuity that characterizes wizarding civilization across the centuries. The next time you hold a piece of parchment, whether a daily correspondence or an important document, consider the potential that lies dormant within its fibers. What secrets might it be capable of holding? What connections could it forge between distant writers? What agreements might it bind through more than mere moral obligation? In the wizarding world, the answers to these questions transform simple writing material into vessels of magical possibility, turning the act of communication itself into something truly extraordinary. When you next put quill to parchment, what unspoken magic might you wish the page could hold? What thoughts would you preserve? What secrets would you hide? Or what bonds would you forge that transcend the simple words you write? Chapter 12. The reign of the Inquisitorial Squad, power once granted, reveals character far more effectively than any truth serum. In the long and storied history of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, few episodes better illustrate this principle than the brief but notorious reign of the Inquisitorial Squad. A select group of students elevated to unprecedented authority during Dolores Umbridge's tenure as headmistress. As our final tale unfolds this evening, let us examine how a school discipline system was transformed into an instrument of control, and what this transformation revealed about those who wielded its power. Imagine walking through Hogwarts during the spring of 1996. The corridors that once buzzed with casual conversation now echo with hushed whispers that fall silent when footsteps approach. Students travel in groups, eyes watchful for the gleam of small silver badges shaped like the letter I, the insignia that marked members of the Inquisitorial Squad and granted them authority beyond that of ordinary prefects. The formation of the Inquisitorial Squad represented a significant departure from Hogwarts' traditional disciplinary structure. For centuries, the school had operated with a system of house prefects selected from 5th and 7th year students, complemented by the head boy and head girl. These positions carried certain privileges and responsibilities, including the ability to dock house points for minor infractions and to refer more serious matters to heads of houses or the headmaster. This system, while not without flaws, maintained several important checks on authority. Prefects could only remove points from their own house in exceptional circumstances, creating a natural disincentive against excessive punishment. Their authority derived from the collective Hogwarts staff, rather than individual professors, preventing any single teacher from creating a personal enforcement group, and perhaps most importantly, prefects were selected based on demonstrated character and responsibility, rather than alignment with particular ideologies. The Inquisitorial squad dismantled these safeguards entirely. Created through Educational Decree No. 28, the squad operated under the direct authority of Umbridge herself, bypassing traditional channels of school governance. Its members could dock points from prefects, remove substantially larger numbers of points than prefects were permitted to, and report directly to the headmistress without consulting heads of houses. This concentration of power effectively created a parallel disciplinary system answerable only to Umbridge, and by extension, to the Ministry of Magic. Membership in the Inquisitorial squad was not determined by demonstrated leadership qualities or academic achievement, but by willingness to support Umbridge's agenda and ministry policies. In practice, this selection criterion resulted in recruitment exclusively from Slytherin House, exacerbating existing house rivalries and creating a perception that institutional power had been captured by a single faction within the school. The founding members included students like Draco Malfoy, already a prefect whose father held significant influence at the ministry; Pansy Parkinson, whose enthusiasm for enforcing rules against personal enemies often exceeded her interest in consistent application of regulations; and larger students like Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, whose physical presence added an implicit threat of intimidation to squad activities. Daily life under the Inquisitorial squad's oversight took on aspects of surveillance culture more reminiscent of authoritarian states than educational institutions. Squad members patrolled corridors in pairs, often positioning themselves near gathering places like the Great Hall entrance or library to monitor conversations. Students developed code words and signals to warn friends when squad members approached, and previously public spaces like courtyards became less frequented as students sought areas beyond easy observation. The squad's approach to enforcement revealed much about both the individuals involved and the system that empowered them. Points were deducted with unprecedented inconsistency, and often for infractions invented on the spot. Gryffindor students might lose points for looking too happy or breathing loudly, while identical behaviors from Slytherin students went unremarked. The traditional house point system, designed to encourage positive behavior and house pride, devolved into an instrument of arbitrary punishment, disconnected from any meaningful standard of conduct. This capricious enforcement created a climate where students became hesitant to express opinions or participate fully in school life. Classroom discussions grew more restrained, particularly in subjects like history of magic or defense against the dark arts, where contemporary events might naturally arise as topics. Extracurricular activities diminished as students sought to minimize visibility, and casual inter-house friendships became more difficult to maintain under the watchful eyes of squad members looking for rule violations. Perhaps most insidious was the squad's role in monitoring and reporting private conversations. Members would position themselves near groups of students, listening for any criticism of Umbridge or the ministry, and assigning punishments for disloyalty or spreading lies. This practice effectively criminalized political discussion among students, treating disagreement with official positions as a disciplinary issue rather than a normal part of educational development. The psychological impact on the student body manifested in various ways. Many students, particularly younger ones, developed anxiety around everyday activities, constantly checking for squad members before speaking freely. Others adopted a facade of excessive rule-following and pro-ministry sentiment when in public spaces. The most resistant formed underground communication networks, using enchanted coins or coded messages to maintain contact while avoiding detection. For the squad members themselves, the experience of wielding such unchecked authority had observable effects on behavior and character. Some, like Draco Malfoy, displayed increasing comfort with exercising power over others, graduating from verbal taunts to actual punishment with apparent satisfaction. The ability to dock significant house points provided certain members with a means to settle personal grudges under the guise of official duty. The lack of accountability for their actions fostered an environment where power became increasingly divorced from responsibility. Not all students offered the opportunity to join the squad, however. Some Slytherin prefects reportedly declined membership, though they generally kept their reasons private to avoid becoming targets themselves. These quiet refusals represented an important counterpoint to the narrative that house affiliation alone determined ethical choices during this period. The high watermark of the Inquisitorial squad's influence came during their discovery of Dumbledore's army, the secret defense group organized by Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley. Acting on information from Marietta Edgecombe, squad members participated in raiding the Room of Requirement and capturing several DA members, including Harry Potter. Their cooperation with Umbridge in this action demonstrated how thoroughly they had embraced their role as enforcers of ministry policy rather than upholders of traditional school values. The aftermath of this raid illustrated both the extent and limits of the squad's power. While they successfully exposed the forbidden organization and created the circumstances that led to Dumbledore's temporary removal from the school, they proved incapable of locating or capturing most DA members. More significantly, their actions generated increased resentment among the student body, solidifying opposition to Umbridge's regime, rather than suppressing it. As spring progressed towards summer, tensions continued to escalate. Squad members grew bolder in their enforcement, sometimes operating in larger groups that resembled patrols more than prefect rounds. Incidents of confrontation between squad members and other students increased, though outright magical dueling remained rare, due to the severe consequences threatened by Umbridge for such resistance. The system collapsed dramatically during the final days of Umbridge's headship, when Fred and George Weasley orchestrated their legendary departure from Hogwarts, turning a corridor into a swamp and setting off massive amounts of magical fireworks. The Inquisitorial squad proved entirely ineffective at maintaining order. Their authority, based entirely on Umbridge's backing rather than genuine respect from the student body, evaporated in the face of widespread celebration of the twins' rebellion. The subsequent chaos demonstrated how thoroughly the traditional values of the school had rejected the imposed authority structure. Peeves the poltergeist, normally an indiscriminate troublemaker, focused his efforts on tormenting Umbridge, and by extension her squad. Teachers who had previously remained outwardly compliant with Umbridge's directives found creative ways to avoid assisting with discipline, leaving squad members increasingly isolated as the only defenders of a crumbling system. The final humiliation for the Inquisitorial squad came when several members, including Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Warrington, attempted to ambush Harry Potter and Hermione Granger outside Umbridge's office. The confrontation ended with squad members subjected to various hexes and jinxes that left them temporarily incapacitated and, in some cases, physically transformed. This defeat, witnessed by many students, permanently shattered the aura of authority the squad had attempted to project. After Umbridge's removal following the fiasco at the Department of Mysteries, the Inquisitorial squad was immediately disbanded by the returning school authorities. The silver eye badges disappeared overnight, and the traditional prefect system was reinstated. However, the social consequences for former squad members lingered through the remainder of the term and into the following year. Many faced ostracism from peers outside their immediate circle, viewed as collaborators with an illegitimate authority. Some reportedly expressed regret about their participation, claiming they had merely been following school rules, though such justifications received little sympathy from students who had suffered under their enforcement. The experience provided an early lesson in how association with authoritarian systems can carry lasting social consequences even after those systems collapse. From a historical perspective, the Inquisitorial squad represents an important case study in how educational institutions can be subverted for political purposes, by creating a parallel disciplinary structure outside traditional governance, embedding ideological loyalty as a selection criterion, and granting exceptional powers without proportional oversight. Umbridge effectively transformed student against student, weaponizing peer relationships to enforce compliance with external authority. The episode also demonstrates how institutional cultures resist such impositions. Despite the squad's formal authority, they never achieved the legitimate leadership role that traditional prefects held in the school community. Their power remained externally imposed rather than internally accepted, making it ultimately unsustainable when its ministerial backing collapsed. For the students who lived through this period, the experience offered sobering lessons about power, resistance, and moral choice that would prove relevant during the darker days of Voldemort's return. Those who witnessed the Inquisitorial Squad's reign, both its members and those subjected to their authority, would soon face more consequential decisions about collaboration or resistance under the Death Eater regime that followed. As we conclude our exploration of this troubled chapter in Hogwarts history, the embers in our hearth burning low and shadows deepening in the corners, consider what the Inquisitorial Squad reveals about authority and its exercise. When offered power beyond the normal constraints of your position, with the freedom to apply rules selectively against those you dislike, what choices would you make? And when facing such authority yourself, what courage would you find to maintain your integrity in the face of punishment?